Simmons, good morning. Yeah, I was having some issues this morning, but I think I got it straightened out. 150 on Tesla. Right on. Good morning, Aki. My. Good morning. Bobby, good morning. What's up? Got Splunk 142. My. Still, I'm watching ZM this morning to see what it's gonna do. Twilio from last week. Splunk on that ER they had last week. Gonna go back and look at Disney, but Splunk is looking really good this morning. And Amazon's upside. And yes, it is a short week. Repeater bullish on Facebook. So let's see. Well, I'm going to talk about this later. I'm going to have to figure out. I will not be live on Twitch uh, all day, every day. I've got to figure out some way to balance it between what I'm doing in Black Box and what I'm doing on Twitch. Because I know there's been a few members that have quit Black Box to come to Twitch and hang out thinking that, well, I'm just giving out the alerts. But there has to be a balance there. So I'm going to have to figure something out. Because that is not the intention. So maybe what I will have to do is, go through the chart and stuff on Twitch and then just post the play on Black. I don't know yet. I want to figure out. There's got to be something in the middle that will work. Nvidia is looking good. Right. I'm in Splunk, but I'm watching ZM to see what it's going to do today. I think there's still a lot of potential upside there, but it just depends on when it's ready to do something. Nvidia looks really good this morning. Fifty-two week highs though, all-time highs. Yeah, it is. My. I agree. And I'm a little more like this week being a short week and, expect less volume than normal. I want to keep that in mind. So I'm a little more hesitant to jump in something. Facebook is just getting pounded though. We've gotten 3 Facebook alerts. Let's go look at Facebook. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it's cranking. Now we're getting a pullback. Interesting. December 6th, December 6th, 205s and 210s. And we got this week's 202.50s. My, it certainly can. It certainly can fly. All right. My, I don't play Baba very often, just because of the, more than acceptable or more than usual, headline risk. Those calls, those alerts, sometimes they work out really, really well. I've just kind of tried to stay away from it because of how dependent they are, and how much it can move on China news. But it definitely made a good move this morning. Right now, Splunk is. I like the way Splunk is moving this morning. And you can certainly play it. It's just, I have just chosen to. I've seen a few times where headlights have come out and it just takes this, massive, very quick move, and yeah, it can certainly work out. It's just there's just more risk there. Splunk now 145 and just strong as shit. For anybody paying attention, Splunk is up almost $5 today. Sarah, good morning. Seacon, what's up? Good morning. And my, I don't get in a trade just to get in a trade, man. You know how that works. All right, and I've made 3 trades on Splunk this morning already. Now I'm waiting to see if we get a pullback. Both green, now sitting on my hand. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I mean, like I just said, I made 3 trades in Splunk, and now I'm like, maybe I'll just. It's usually the third or fourth one that then goes against me. Not always, but Zoom is holding up. Well. It had that pullback, but still above the 34. But Splunk does not look like it wants to stop now. We'll see. But I'm pretty happy with what I got out of it, so I'm just gonna see what it does. I haven't looked at Netflix this morning. Ooh, 307. Down about 360 today. Yeah, Netflix is in a very interesting area for sure. I mean, you can see why it's getting that pullback here. I'm not sure how much downside you'll see here, but didn't they have a downgrade? I'm not sure, Sarah, did they? From being abused. Pick only 2 to 4 stocks and play those. Secan, not a horrible plan at all. Like, get to know something, stick to it. Certainly nothing wrong with that. Looks like Facebook. Let's see what Facebook's gonna do. Downgrades to underperform. Price target to 265 from 308. Yeah. That could certainly have an impact on them. Disney 149. Amazon looking really good. And Twilio, let's see what Twilio is going to do today. We're now over 105, just barely. See if we can get any continuation there. Not touching Disney till clear breakout of 150. Investor Jimbo, good morning. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you in here. BB7, good morning. Come on. No one outside looking in. Finally downloaded Twitch. Black Box member. Right on. Right on. Seacon, I do not use IB. I know there are some others that do, but I actually did for a little while in the past. Never, for whatever reason, it never stuck for me. And I can't even remember why. I've tried most of the platforms, and E-Trade is the one that that seems to have stuck the longest. I did set up an account recently with TradeStation, but I haven't really had a chance to test it out. I had Lightspeed for a while, but never really used it much for options. But for commons, it was awesome. But Interactive Brokers is one I don't have a ton of experience with. Twilio 105.16. My, don't do it. Or do it. I mean, hey, it's up to you. But, you know, I think the only thing that makes Splunk difficult... Now, listen, they got a huge price target bump, right? 158 or something like that. And their earnings were good. I would like to see a pullback. But Zoom looks like it may want to make another. The only issue with Zoom is the low float, high short percentage. It can make these, like this candle here, it can do that pretty quick. Exactly. Do I have any thoughts on the merger with TD? Not particularly. I think there were some people that were potentially looking to short E-Trade this morning on that merger. I haven't really honestly dug into it too much, and most of the focus for me when I'm trying to look at things that I might actually understand what's going on, I typically am focused on tech stocks. Just because that's my area of expertise. If I have one, it's tech. Cloud, those companies. So I don't have to try to go understand something that I don't know anything about. Oh, CCAN. Now I understand why you were now I saw your message in Black Box main chat asking if anyone was having issues. Are you on voice over there? Because you can just ask too. Because not everybody will read it, but J-Bug, good morning. I've played Splunk a couple times and I played Zoom. I have not done anything with Twilio as of yet. I'm still holding. We did get just slightly above 105. I'd like to get up there and hold. But yeah, I haven't done anything with it yet. Given that it's a short week, though, I'm definitely looking for, an opportunity. But ZM is looking really good right here. All right, so the 75s that I got for ZM are now up 130%. Those were from last week. Well, give those a little more time. And ZM actually has earnings next week. Or is it this week? Next week. December 5th. Interesting. Those are juiced already. It's Twitch glitch. I don't, but let's see. God, cat 145. RH almost 200. And AMD back over 39, almost 40. Looking pretty good. The ZM 74s right at $1 premium. Not too bad. And you got all week. BA drop. Little recovery. Potentially set up for a short here with this rejection. But it's BA, so got to be careful with that. Hey VJ, VJ says ZM slow and steady, nice action. And VJ, I like ZM. Two things to keep in mind. One is they have earnings next week, and the other is that they are low float, high short ratio. You can see some of the, so it will randomly have those nasty like 75-cent candles to either side. So just keep that in mind. But it does look good today. Amazon 1770. Holy cow. Up $25 today. Bobby, I'm not in the moment. I played Splunk a couple times already this morning and did well on it. I'm still in some Zoom, but that's from last week. So that was a swing. I'm eyeing ABBV at the moment. Still watching Twilio to see what it's going to do. Trend at 1.37. And VIX is really low, down at 12. Be careful there. Amazon is just in beast mode this morning. And Facebook, we did get a lot of bullish flow alerts. We got 3 of them sitting right here at the 34. See what it's going to do next. If it's going to use that 34 support or break down below. SPY getting a little pop. My, I agree. I agree. I like Splunk. Let's see if she can. Love to see it hit that 34. I don't know that it's going to make it there, but And those are those zoom candles that I was talking about. Another nice move up for LK. I'm not in LK this week. I was in it the last 2 weeks and did pretty good on it. But I'm not currently in it. And Alta down at 225. Probably worth taking a look at here. Because Alta is kind of in that area. That 225 held really strong previously. I don't know if it's going to be able to again, but zoom off the 34. Potentially that will hold. I wouldn't be surprised to see Splunk test 150 some point this week, but we'll see what it does. Wonder if this is going to be another one of those days where we get some good volume and movement in the morning, and then it just kind of, holiday week and everything just kind of slows. Alta ER December 5th. Thank you, Sarah. Now ZM looking a little weaker. Still holding the 34 for now. My. I've played PDD in the past. We can certainly go look at the chart. I think that's another one. Aren't they? Yeah, China. Rejected the 34 there. What's this pop? Amazon opens pop-up store on China's PDD until year end. Interesting. And Amazon is partnering with them for Black Friday. Also interesting. I see that. Look where it rejected this 3706, which was previous resistance. Right in here. So not surprising that it would get a pullback there. All right, now Splunk getting a little pullback there. Get to that 34. And Twilio just can't get any. Every time it gets a little momentum to the upside, it pulls right back. Be looking weak. AppV's looking good this morning. Like it may be finally ready to do something again. We'll see. How's BMY looking this one? Almost 57, not bad. No, Splunk looks really good. Splunk looks really good. Facebook just struggling. ZM has come all the way back to fill that gap from this morning. And see where this thing's going to find support. It's been straight selling last couple minutes here. Let it find some support. And I kind of like it down here. How much are those contracts? A little pop on BA, back over 371. ZM continuing to drop here. Let's go take a look. PDD back above the 34. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I have some screaming kids that are playing. Hopefully it's not coming through on the stream, but they have no school today, so yeah. About to hand them some duct tape, and can you? Okay. Tell them, here, play with this. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go see if I can get them to move to another room. All right, back. Let's see. Zoe 4X. Isn't what a pump and dump? The stock rally? Are you asking if the entire market is a pump and dump this morning? Yeah, I mean, the first thing that I mentioned this morning was I wonder, given that it's a holiday week, is this going to be another one of those days where we get this pop in the morning, and then I mean we've got low volume. The VIX is down at 1208. So, I certainly have concerns that we get this pop in the morning and then just kind of either flat or fade, into the afternoon. Even with that, there are still tickers like Splunk, right, that just reported and reported well, which is why it's doing well, reported last week. So there's still stuff you can play for sure. Just got to be careful with those pops, that happen first thing in the morning on a lower volume, low volatility day. There are some days where everything is just moving up and it's not, it's not real difficult to make a few bucks. But I think days like today, I just tend to take it a little slower because, again, you can get that pop in the morning and then pull back all afternoon or just kind of go flat. And I tend to like these holiday weeks, like short weeks, like I tend to, not play as much. Yeah, get in, get out, take the profit. I mean, the last, for me, it's been a good couple months, but it's September, October, November, into December. Like this is the time of year that I'm usually just I'm a little more careful. I'm more patient. Try to be. Until the volatility really comes back into the market. Facebook managed to get back above VWAP. See if that holds. Bobby, it looks weak. Yeah, I mean, this was a nice pop from down here to get back through the 34 in VWAP, and we had a lot of bullish flow. So for anybody that's looking at it, going, I want to follow the flow. Not saying it'll work. Not a horrible spot with the 34 in VWAP just below. And there goes Splunk, 147.50. Right on, Bobby. Enjoy your morning. Nice, Sarah. I am still in some EHTH. All right, Zium. Now let's get through the 34. Thanks for the follow. Is Tiak. I think AbbVie's looking pretty good right here. Splunk, I'm looking for another pullback. I played it again, but I would like to see now. PDD, December 20th, 39 calls. $0.70. Nice bounce on Twilio. But it just can't seem to continue any of its moves. You got the 36 for December, my. What did she play? What did she get? December 20th? I didn't see her. Oh, there it is. No, she got December 39 calls filled at 75 cents. So she followed the flow alert. V making a nice move here. On key. Well, let's see. The 21st declared quarterly cash dividend. I mean, I don't know much about them. KeyBank, I don't know, and I don't typically play the banks very often. If you're asking me about the chart, I mean, it hasn't done a whole lot outside of, this like $2 range here. Started off 2019 down here around 13. What was that? 1390, 1383. 1556. I mean, not really enough range for me. But coming into an area that I would expect to see some resistance in here where it consolidated or spent quite a bit of time in here between 1941 and 2075. So $1 in here, $1.30. That it was in here for like 3 months. Nice move this morning. And on this 2-hour chart, been in an uptrend since October 9th-ish. So, just going off the shorter term chart doesn't look bad. This longer term chart, you got a little bit of room, but not typically something that I would look at. But if the contracts move, that's something where the contracts probably aren't that expensive to play because there's probably not a ton of volatility in them. Yeah, I mean the 20s, so it's at 1950, and the 20s are 13 by 15. The 19s, 59 by 63, so they only carry about 20 cents a premium on them. So cheap to play. There goes the nice pop there. Yep, no problem. Gotcha, Mac. Well, if you're in commons, I mean, just keep sliding that stop up. If it keeps moving up like it is, you can. It doesn't make, huge moves. If it's up 20 cents today, which is nice. If you give it 8 to 10 cents and see if you can, ride it up as long as you can. Red Devil, hey, thanks for coming back, man. And I saw that you are Black Box. So, welcome. Hope you had a good weekend. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Amazon is partnering with PDD for Black Friday and pop-up stores through the end of the year. You're welcome. Big cup here on the 1 minute for AbbVie. And Splunk not showing any signs at the moment of slowing down. That thing is a beast. See if AbbVie is going to get above and stay above 87. Bearish December call spread on Tesla. Looking at the charts, Tesla high years 352. Personally think December 353.60 credit spread call is a good trade. Red Devil, I'm probably not. So the only thing with Tesla, and I'm probably not the best person to ask because I don't play Tesla a lot. I play it on occasion when it's directionally making big moves. But Tesla's high, and Tesla can make some crazy moves. Like there's a few that I don't typically play longer term swings on, and Tesla's one of them. Yeah, it can just some headline could come out that moves Tesla $30 against you, whichever direction you're playing, and it doesn't. Tesla's a tough one just to play on charts, in my opinion. So it kind of depends on your risk tolerance, size of your account, that sort of thing. But there's plenty of times where Tesla just says, fuck the chart, and does whatever Tesla wants to do. And anything can do that to some extent, right? But, some of these tickers, like I don't expect, I guess expectation is the wrong word because I try not to expect anything. But, the chances of something like a Splunk having a headline today or tomorrow that significantly changes the story and the reason behind the move, I just think that there's less chance of some big thing coming out that you have some longer dated strategy and all of a sudden it completely works against you because the Cybertruck has flaws or so. You know what I mean? Short term directionally is one thing, but I have a hard time playing, longer dated stuff on something like Tesla. No problem. I mean, you do what works for you. It just doesn't really fit into my strategy and the type of risk in trades that I like to take. I'm going to go look and see what GE is doing. Jenny B is in GE. It could actually be interesting this week. When did she get? Oh, she got into that 30 minutes ago. That's why she got in for 6 cents. Those are now 23 by 24. Gorgeous. She did really well on those. Oh, am I looking at the wrong expiration? I must be. Yeah, okay. The 29th. I was looking. I still had December 20th selected. And actually, December 20th, I was looking at the 13s are a nickel. That could be interesting if this news, because they got a new CEO, I believe. Yeah, those 1220s for the 13s for a nickel have a ton of time on them, obviously. You got another month. If this new CEO, if that news can continue, help that thing continue to rally. Kind of like that play. But it's Jenny B, and she usually does well on those cheap YOLOs. All right, there is the Splunk pullback. Let's see what we got here. So let's take a look. Now these fibs, let me redraw these from this morning. $146.75. This $146.05. Once to $168.50, you would want that to hold as support. She is. She is. Need to go take a look at ZS. Netflix bounced nicely. All right, so ZS is at a place where I had that alert set. Potential to start filling this gap in here. When is ER? ER is next week. So keep that in mind on ZS. But that was a pretty nice move this morning. What's it up? 350. So next week's, let's see how much juice. There's not too bad, I guess, for catching ER. Yeah, Sarah, I agree. And Jenny B is one for sure. Like I love those, 6 cent plays that she, God, sometimes she just crushes it on those. I'm gonna go look at the share structure on ZS. Let's go take a look at that. I might just play commons on that thing. So let's see. We got 20% short interest on a float of about 65 million shares. That's not bad. That could get really interesting for them going into ER. And for now, AbbVie pulled back, bounced off the 34. Rejected near high day up here. Red Double Trader, there it's not exact, but there is. If you look in, I'll show you real quick. There's a lot of places you can get that data and more accurate data probably, but just for like a quick glance, there is Stockbot in the Black Box Discord. Sarah, enjoy it. Enjoy your weekend. So you should see the Stockbot channel under BBS main BBS trade rooms. So you can type like bang float and you can see that information, bang short and the ticker. You can see the short data. Again, it's delayed. It's not, totally accurate. I wouldn't trust it if you're just trading off that. But like for a quick glance, it works. LCI. I'll have to go look at LCI again. And AbbVie looks like it's going to break high a day here. Yeah, no problem. Red double. And this is a nice move off support on the 15-minute. Just above high day. Now a couple pennies below. Let's see what she's going to do. AbbVie can be a good one. This week, might be a tough week on shorter week and lower volume, but yeah, now we're high a day. Splunk now rejecting the 34 right there. See what that one's gonna do. Now I got SPY looking weak. UVXY making a little move up here. And Twilio pulled all the way back down here to 103, 64. And now we're back up at 104.50, which has been a tough area. Really need to get above this. Man, I had this area of resistance in here, this 105.16. You can see where that was resistance from last week. Really needs to get above that and stay above. Yeah, no worries. Sideways price action, low volume. Exactly. Red Devil, like that, if I take a glance at it and it's like, lower volume, and I should probably be a little more, clear. Sometimes when I'm saying that, I'm talking about, extremely short term. Like, okay, for the last couple of minutes, this slow volume drop under the 34. I'm not talking about anything long term or anything like that. I'm just, taking a glance at it and going, okay, we're getting this like slow drift down, little pop on UVXY. UVXY, though, rejected VWAP. But I'm just kind of, trying to gauge here. There's this saying, when the VIX is high, it's time to buy. When the VIX is low, look out below. Like low volatility brings this, can bring these like slow, just, it can create these situations where it's like, okay, it's, we're getting this slow drift down, and then all of a sudden you get this, couple red candles, and it can be challenging to trade for sure. I want to go look at MO. I just heard there's some downside coming in. Oh, look at that. Yep, no problem. I talked about this last week, but when you see that low volatility, you tend to get fewer of, like, there's like less continuation on what would be kind of an expected move. Like you get something like AbbVie, looking at it here, and you see this bounce off the 34, you might look to get long. And when it gets this little pop over high a day, you want to see that continuation. When there's more volatility and more volume, you get a better chance of seeing that. And it's just like there's less follow through. Definitely I think AbbVie's got a chance to kind of make a granny move up. I like what ZM is doing. I did warn against these kinds of moves on ZM just because it's a lower float stock. But you get less continuation. Tesla is in this gap. All right, now AbbVie 8707. Kind of like in this week's 87s. What are those going for? $76 by $78. Sand dollars, I could certainly go look at the chart on TTD. Give me a sec. Nice move on TTD. Man. Wow. You know, and I stopped looking that I had some lines drawn in and I kind of stopped paying attention to it, and it's up what, 20 bucks, 30 bucks, almost $25, $24. Had some flow yesterday. I mean, it's up $8 today. So there's that, but wow, what a nice move here off of support. I mean, I like TTD. I would have liked it a lot more down here. I can't chase it up here. Coming into all this resistance. I mean, this thing's got range, right? Definitely, you've got room. 52-week high is 289.51. So definitely has room. Looks good. You know, today looks good on this 5-minute chart since earnings. I would wait personally. It's too high for me right now. At some point, you know, I would expect to see a pullback. I don't know, you know, when that comes, but she looks a little... I mean, you saw this last run up to this area at 250 and it pulled back. You know, $20. So to me, it's a little extended here, and I don't know if you're thinking, you know, long or short or what, but I can't mess with it up there. Yep, no problem. Splunk had a nice bounce here off support. This one 46.50-ish. For those of you that are in Black Box, that last alert, I did follow it, and it's posted in my room. That is a Black Box only play. So something to note on that BIG, just because I look at this, 38 million share float, 20% short. You're welcome. J options, I'm in, and I was actually about to post it. That high day break, and let's see. I don't know if you're listening on Twitch as well, J options. If you are, uh, you've heard me kind of mention or talk about ABBV today, but I think you could play it and use 87, as support. No problem, J Options. I'm guessing you meant to say you're not on Twitch. I hope. But yeah, no problem. Disney going for a high day. It's funny. I went and we saw Frozen 2 this weekend, and it was really good. Um, but the animation and the life that they put into those characters was pretty impressive, I thought. And we walked out of the movie theater, and my wife asked me what I thought of the movie, and I'm like, I think I need to go Long Disney. But God, it's so high. But yeah, I kids loved it. Thought it was good. Look at Adobe 303.54. Can't remember who was in here asking about Adobe getting a 300 this week. Did you get in this morning? If you're here, whoever that was asking about it. Just curious. And Peloton, $30. JA. Let's go back and look at Alta. I like it around that 225. I have not looked at it since this morning. But that 225 area, I mean, you can see this multiple times acting as support. So far holding up. You know, this run, I think, freaked a lot of people out. It went on the daily, it had that run up to 265-ish or whatever, and rejected the 34 right there. I think that made some people nervous, but nice pop after that drop this morning. I like it better above 230, but I just don't know if Alta's ready yet to really come back. Like, this being a lower volume week, probably a slower week. I don't know if it's ready yet, but maybe. And Denny, I'm not sure. Oh, price target on BIG. The only thing that makes it hard to put a price target on BIG, if you heard me call this out, 39 or 37 million shares or something like that in the float, about 20% short, and they have ER coming up December 8th. So, you know, I will take some profit on this, but God, those contracts were not that expensive. I want to give it a little time and see if we see some covering heading into ER. But yeah, definitely, you know, you can see this previous support, you know, potentially acting as resistance here. But I'm wondering if that alert, if those calls weren't anticipating some covering. But I don't know. Yep, no problem. I mean, I would consider it to be, you know, more of a speculation type play with, you know, some obvious risks to the downside down here, 1940, 1930-ish. You may not see that covering this week if it happens at all. Right at the 200 MA here on the 15-minute. But it's definitely got to get through. I mean, it's been nothing but trouble for them. Had this gap, came back, and just about filled it before moving lower. Rage Trooper. New to investing in stocks. Was wondering if you could give me any tips on how to know which companies or organizations to invest into. Um, so Raged Reaper, I don't do as much investing as I do trading. There are a few companies that I'm invested in, but the best advice that I can give you, if you're talking about investing longer term, holding something longer term, is to look at the longer term charts and find stuff that you like that is at an area of longer term support. Well, to me, investing is, I really like this company and it's, at an area of support, and I'm interested in holding this for a while to let it, play out. I think that it's going to, bounce, make a move, come back, whatever is, more of an investment strategy. A lot of what I do, I'm in and out of stuff within minutes or same day or within the week, much shorter term positions. Hopefully that makes sense for you. So there's a big difference in, you're asking for tips on how to know which companies or organizations to invest in. Well, that's more about the companies that you like, that you see, upside for longer term. Whereas like what I'm doing, a lot of times it's not about the company or the long-term vision or anything else. It's about what's getting volume, what has momentum, shorter term move potential. need to go look at... Well, VIX's still really low. UVXY. We may just get this more chopped today on low volume. We'll see. What's up, Sinister Soul? Welcome. And that was an alert on CMCSA for an area that I had set up, but I'm not playing that right now, so... Look at Splunk. 147, almost 148. Sinister Soul, what do you trade? What do you like to trade? Oh, right on. Newbie, when it comes to stocks, is there something else that you trade, or are you just kind of getting started with all of it? match betting. I don't think so. Gotcha. No, not something I'm familiar with. Nice. Nice. Maybe and it, it may also just be something that I'm not familiar with. What I do primarily is trading, uh, trying to make money off premium trading options, usually short term. All right, I don't see it on SPY, but pull back here on Splunk. Big's holding up a little bit. And this is kind of what I was talking about with that low volatility, low volume. You get this stuff that, like, all right, this looks like it's going to make a move, and it does, and then huge pullback. But it doesn't continue to the downside. It bounces nicely. Now it's back to 34. Let's see what it does. Splunk making a nice move, and then gets this pullback here. But Splunk still looks really good. Don't get me wrong. You just get these funky, like, low volume moves. Sinister Stole. I started about a little over 8 years ago. On and off. I went full time, I don't know, about 7 or 8 months ago. Worth it? For me, it is. Absolutely. We did get an alert on NVO. $60 calls out to March 20th. There's a little dip coming in. Interesting that we got a red candle there on SPY and on UVXY. Normally these are, you see a pop on one, you see a drop on the other. Not at the moment. YOLO puts, what are you talking about, dude? What is my go-to thing to keep myself calm? Uh, don't play with too much size, and staring at charts, right? And getting a sense of, understanding when something is really going against you. Kind of planning out your trade and getting used to the ticker and the way the market moves and that sort of thing, so that you don't feel like it's just a wild ass guess. You know, I think the big thing is just playing with, understanding what your risk tolerance is and risk level. Um, and I size my trades kind of based on my level of confidence in the trade. And if I take a bigger position and it goes against me pretty quick, like I think a run's going to continue and it doesn't continue the way that I think it will, then I'll cut, a large portion of it, as long as I still think that the trade is working. But it's just, if you have too much risk on the table and you start seeing that red, and it's more than what you're comfortable with, that's when it's hard to stay calm. Don't buy puts when the market is a rocket. Well, typically the trend is your friend, right? But I think for me and for what I've seen, like that tends to be the most important factor. Like if you look at if you're looking at a trade and it's set up the way that you like it, and you take the trade, but you take it with too much size, and it drops, especially in options because they can move so fast. But if you get into an options trade that costs you 10 grand and it goes against you by 10%, and all of a sudden you're down $1,000, like you might freak out and get out of that trade, even if the underlying ticker itself has only moved, 10 cents or 20 cents. Maybe those contracts went against you real quick, versus, if you're only in for a couple $100 and it drops 10%, and you're like, oh, well, I'm down $25. Okay. But, it's the setup still, I still like it. It still works. But typically people that get shook out too early and they say, oh, I knew it was going to do that, but they get out. It's because they're trading with too much size. And so the smaller moves just have too large of an impact. And I think the opposite holds true. If you're constantly getting out too early, your trade size is probably too big. How long have you been live streaming? I just started this on Twitch a couple of weeks ago. And no, I don't think there's a lot of traders doing it. But yeah, I think this is the third or fourth. This might be the fourth week. I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure. Call it a month. GWPH getting its butt kicked. TTD still looking good. Splunk right at the 34 here. See what it's gonna do. Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel as well where I post stuff. I post on Twitch. I post some stuff to Twitter. Yeah, it's Bender Profit Box. Here you go, Sinister. I'll post it for you. Oops. And Bender Profit Box on Twitter as well. Yep, no problem. Let's go BIG. Did you get in that one, Denny? Yeah. Big move for big. Let's see what happens with that. That one could get interesting. I mean, keep in mind that it wasn't a ton of flow. We don't see a lot for big, but it is interesting, leading into earnings with 20% of the float short. Definitely interesting. No. I mean, I don't expect a ton. Especially this, the trajectory that it's been on. Above the 200 on the 15-minute could be interesting. I mean, if you just go back to, the 19th last week up here at 2074, If this thing can get 20, 30 cents to the upside, those contracts, you probably get 15, 20% out of them. If it makes that move today, tomorrow. Yep. Everything is pretty slow here that I'm looking at the moment. The RL alert. That was a roulette bearish 107 puts. Well, when do they have? So they don't report until February. So they just reported. I don't know how they did, what their guidance looked like. But this is a 4-hour chart. Definitely would expect to see some resistance where it's at. I like where it's at. Coming up on the 200. Here on the 30-minute, let's look at a 2-hour chart. Right at the 34. Kind of like it. How did they report? So they missed slightly. How did they guide? It does say, I'm seeing an alert or a headline that they have an impressive return on investment. Their ROE is impressive, I guess. I haven't looked at it, but Peter, sometimes last week there were a few hedges that I did make, but I will tell you that I am a large portion in cash at the moment. Just because if we do get that, big pullback kind of across the board, I want to have funds available to pick up some to go shopping. So I'm not in a position where I'm, heavily leveraged. And if there is a big pullback, like it's, really going to hurt me. And, they've been saying big pullback since 2016. I think eventually we see some sort of pullback. I don't know, when or what it's going to look like, but I want to be ready. I'll tell you, a lot of the stuff that I bought, I don't tend to hold anything for a real long time. I've got some Microsoft that I've been holding on to for a while. And a few others, but I bought a line when it was down at like 230 something. And where are we at? 278. I bought ABBV in the 60s. So there's a few that that I've been holding for a while, that I have, trimmed size on, but, and when my opinion is that when the market is as high as it is in general, there is a little bit of safety in, I don't know if safety is the right word, but, finding those tickers that, hey, the market is as high as it is. This one's already been beat up. They're not trading at ridiculous, P/E levels. Let's see. Peter, it just kind of depends on. It kind of depends on what it is and what I want to do with it. I mean, sometimes I'll sell calls if I want to keep the position, but I'm, worried that, or I think, it may not continue this week, next week, whatever. I might sell calls. I might buy puts depending on, how much they are and how much of the position I want to hedge. A lot of times, if it's a ticker that I'm, that moves in conjunction with SPY, and I think there might be SPY downside, for the week, then I might buy SPY puts. But so Denny, have you seen the hold on a second. Let me grab this book real quick. So the Dow before and after Thanksgiving. I don't know if you have this already or not, but I buy this every year, which is the Stock Traders Almanac, and it just gives you like, a sense of the trends that occur. Let's see, 35 years, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving and Friday after, a great track record except for 2 occasions. So I see the Wednesday before, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15 times been negative between the Wednesday before and the Friday after. It's only been negative 15 times since 1952. So historically, yeah. More often upside. Yeah, look at this volume coming into BIG. Interesting. So TDoc, sounds like they just had news. Somebody's buying them or something. Living Trades. This is something I buy every year. It's called the Stock Traders Almanac. You can get it on Amazon. And it lets you, it gives you month to month, week to week, long-term trends in the market. And I find it really useful. It says, let's see what we see if there's anything interesting this week. Week before Thanksgiving, Dow up 19 of the last 25. And it says, trading the Thanksgiving market. Go long into weakness prior and exit into strength after. And this is just based on long-term historical movement, right? No, I don't think it's a gimmick. I mean, it gives you the longer-term trends, um, and I find it very useful. Yeah, no problem. I did. I did. Gutsgoo. How about you? Anki, sure. We got that alert on Big. I looked it up. It was like 37 million share float with 20% short, 19% short. They have earnings coming up next month. And so I'm just looking to see if, on this pop, it's above the 200 MA on the 15 minute. And I want to see if this, can continue. It stayed above the 34 here, crossed through it to the upside, this morning, pulled back, bounced off the 200 on the 1 minute, back through the 34, and it's held that pretty well. And with 20% of the float being short, I'm just looking at it going, okay, going into ER, how many of these shorts are going to cover? Are we going to see some covering happen this week, or, is it going to be next week? So it's more of a spec play just based on the float and the short percentage and going into ER. Nothing more than that for me. Yep, no problem. ZM looks like it wants 75, perhaps. And I think Splunk's got a chance to go test 150. May take a few days to get there. May not happen until next week. But we're at 140, almost 148. Yeah, you were talking about Etsy last week as well, and I think we looked at that one. Can we talk Pfizer at a support line as I see it and going back a year? How to get down? Just your thoughts. Oh, your sidecar. Okay, right on. Yeah, we can look at that. Do you see it at... You said you see it at support. Where's it at? 38.69. Well, support or resistance, right? I mean, I don't see it. It's not through this yet. And it's coming up here on the 200 MA. This is on a daily chart. Let's look at... Now it is... What's good here is that on the daily, you've got the 21 EMA that has moved through the 34 and the 55. So that's a good sign. On the daily, it looks like it's, it's obviously been in an uptrend since mid-August. Coming up on the 200 MA on the daily, which is at $40. So you got a little room till it gets there. On the daily, it looks like it's, again, with the 21 moving through here, you may give it a little more time just to confirm and to get through this resistance. Maybe 39, it gets above 39, but you've had this pullback here in the 1 minute, which is sitting right at the 200 here on the 1 minute. I'm guessing if we also draw in, let's just see what the fib looks like. Yeah, you might get a bounce there off the 200. You've got the 786 down here at 38.49. Not to say that it'll make it down there to test that, but if you're thinking longer term swing, I would either wait for 39 or potentially 40. Because that 40 whole number could be tough, but you haven't hit this gap yet, which is really interesting. Again, VIX really, really low, so... Interesting, that's pullback on SPY, and I'm not seeing any sort of pop or movement on UVXY at all. I mean, they're actually both kind of going down at the moment. don't know what's going on. I'm definitely having some issues with the stream today. It seems like it has not been super stable this morning for whatever reason. Man, Chewy's tough because obviously recent IPO, so not really any history there. Um, but way off from where that IPO happened. And hasn't done anything impressive yet. Um, I've talked about this a few times, but these newer tickers, the newer IPOs can be a little more difficult because you don't have that history. So it depends on what you're looking to do with it. This area held back on the 1st of October. So that's good. Apparently, this miss was not received well. But, I do think that if this support down here continues to hold, could get interesting. Kind of looks like a double bottom. Did make a little bit of a lower low. Again, this is a daily chart, so if you take that down to an hour, you probably see a better double bottom here, shorter term. Well, ish. Coming up on the 89 here. That's on the 1 hour time frame where it previously rejected. Let it get above that. You've got all of this, I think, in here that you'd really want to see it get through to show you, some confirmation that it's ready to turn and, start making its way up. Uh-oh. Thank you, Simmons. Be careful. See if there is a headline drop that, gives us some crazy algo candle action. It can get very interesting when they do that. For sure. Yep. Like a tiger. Yes, I do. I use TradingView. heavily. That's pretty much all I chart in. Besides if I'm looking at futures, because I don't pay for that data in TradingView because I get it for free with E-Trade, so I use that to chart futures. But now UVXY is getting a little bounce, but SPY is as well. So just weird. We're probably going to kind of have things on hold a little bit until this unscheduled, whatever this is. Disney ramping. Yeah, I'm seeing that in main chat. That it finally broke that 150. Hopefully it'll be able to maintain and hold above that 150 now. What you'd like to see. I want to see what this unscheduled press conference is all about. Yeah, I just don't know what this is. I don't, imagine it impacts them much, but I'm just not getting into anything until this comes out. I want to see what this is. If it's negative news and the whole market kind of takes a drop, you might get a discount on it. Anki, I don't know. There's an announcement that they are currently assembling in the Rose Garden for an unscheduled event. I have no idea what that is or what it means. All it said was that White House is gathering reporters in the Rose Garden for an unscheduled event. That's literally all I saw. I don't have Bloomberg on. I'm not. As soon as it comes out, whatever it is will likely be talked about in main chat. So I'm just kind of waiting to see what that's all about. I have no idea. I mean, I'm in Splunk right now. I'm in Big right now. I'm in AppV. I'm still in some Zoom. Still in that Twilio. All right, I'm going to take about a 2 to 3 minute break, go get some more coffee, and I will be right back. Hey, in Cypher, if you have not already signed up for TradingView, did you see this link? If you use that, they hook me up. But yes, I just have NYSE and Nasdaq for real time data. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sounds like the speech that they gave was something about a hero dog or something. So not anything, at least that I'm seeing, that's going to have any sort of impact. And look at Big. There's that pop. Yeah, I know. Ponytail pump. I have not. I don't even know what it is. What is it? Super League Gaming? I don't know anything about them. Esports. Yeah, not an industry that I'm super familiar with. The players. Gotcha. Then are you talking about Big? I assume. If you are, they were just pumped on by the Najarians. Welcome back, Bobby. I saw that. Exactly. What's new? And not really news, in my opinion. Alta over 230. Sorry, guys. I can't. I've got a request here in Blackbox. Something I got to do on the admin side, real quick. All right, let's see. So we got a drop in UVXY. Little pop in SPY here. VIX still very low. quiet and it's slow. UNH high day. Twilio. Let's see if we can get a little pop here. Microsoft just over 150 still. Nice that it's held up. There's a drop on UBXY. All right. Well, with what the market is doing as slow as everything is moving, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. We did just get a roulette bearish on GE. For any of you that were looking at GE, I'm just not really loving much of anything. Zoom still looks good. You know, Splunk not bad here on this pullback, but it's run quite a bit, so keep that in mind. So I'm going to take a few minutes here, go get some stuff done, but I will be back. Yeah, Anki, I know. That's why I had the note up there because I was just kind of hanging out in Black Box main chat for a bit. While it's slow, I'm not really doing anything new. Yeah, Bobby, I saw that. Um, which is weird. Like the headline was that there was a couple hundred users or something that may have inadvertently gave access through third-party apps. I don't know. And I think there was another headline about some additional analytics they were going to offer, but anybody else read that and kind of like for me, I read that and I'm like, yeah, that's more people that potentially gave access to an app that they shouldn't have or something like that. I don't know. And it's hundreds of users out of, I don't know. Yeah, it's like, hmm. Let's go Roku. What is ATVI doing today? All right, Abby, what are you doing here? Is that the end of the pullback there? Oh, did they have some news? No, I don't see anything. Crazy. Anybody here on Twitch still in this or and got in this SMPLE when we talked about it? SMPL, Simply Foods. No. Whaler, you weren't in. We got a bunch of snow coming, supposedly. I think I've heard anywhere between, I want to say like, I heard 5 inches, I heard 8 inches. Yup. Uh, Whaler, is that Sonos? Sono? Yeah. Yeah, I'm very familiar with their products. I mean, I don't know, much about them as a company, but I have some of their speakers in my living room, and I love them. Yeah, they make good stuff. I mean, it's hard, right? It's a $15 stock, but we can look at it. I think it's looking at, let's look at, so they IPO'd when? I don't remember. Back in like August. Again, like recent tickers, it's hard to tell, right? But you can clearly see that this area of resistance that it's popping above right here. And, you know, what is this? End of August into towards to the end of September, so almost a month that it messed around in there. I mean, I like their products and I like the partnership that they have with Amazon. I did fight with the Sonos in my living room last night for about an hour, having issues getting it reconnected to the network. I don't know why, but their speakers sound good and they're wireless. Their sub is awesome. Their stuff's a little expensive, but it works well. I like that it's made it through this, previous resistance here, but I don't know. When do they report? Did they just report? They just reported and they missed. Not by much. It looks like they were estimating a 22-cent loss and they came in at a 28-cent loss. I didn't read anything about their guidance. If their guidance is good, that could give you, a push higher up above this resistance. But like I said, I don't know what their guidance looks like. I didn't look at it. Look at this drop on Roku. Yeah, it does. It works great. And it's awesome for, I have it in my living room where I don't want to put stuff in the walls and I don't want to have to worry about wiring. And I have the Sonos Beam in my bedroom. And I really like that. I bought that on the last sale they had on Amazon where it came with it was like $50 or something in Amazon gift cards. Good products though. Sure. I just don't know anything about their financials, their guidance, that sort of thing. And I was short Roku, but I just took profit on half here at support. Let's see what it does. If it continues. That's not bad, Whaler. That's not bad. I did. It was good. It was really good. I was talking about it earlier. I think the animation and just the detail that they put into the characters and stuff was amazing. It was really, really good. Whaler, I don't know on Sono. $40, 1750s out to January. When's their next ER? My guess is since they just reported this month, they're not going to report again. Let's see, when did they report last? 20th of November. So they won't report again until what, the end of Feb? So I don't know. Now, if you went and looked it up and they have had great guidance, again, maybe that's what it needs to push higher. Right on. Okay, Roku back at the 34. Let's see what she decides to do. Bobby, yeah, I'm in Roku short. I've already covered half the position. I made about 18% on it. Need to go look at the D-Dog chart. There's some put sweeps coming in. And I said this yesterday that their pop, the move up, they had good earnings, but they also moved up, I think, on Splunk's earnings a little bit. So I'm not surprised now to see some puts. And those were the 45s for December 20th. They're $4. And I hear Ulta. Where's it at? Dropping a little. Not much. HD. Weekly chart. HD right at the 34 on the weekly. The only concern there, I think, is, I mean, earnings are out. It took a big hit on earnings. AbbVie. Look at this thing go. U.S. national debt just crossed 23 trillion. Master Tomasito, YY is up big. Goodyear ended up falling, was on 11.12. Okay. I don't know anything about him. Not familiar. Global social media platform. Beat estimates. Definitely quite a ways off the highs. For sure. Is this a like a China-based company, or where are these guys at? I don't know anything about them. I've never traded it. Definitely at an interesting spot though. Nice bounce there on the daily. Rejected the 200 there on the daily. And that was on that last ER. Went up, rejected the 200, pulled back. Actually kind of like it. I do like it. I like the chart. I like the setup here for a swing. I don't know anything about him though. But I like this setup. Has there been any flow on that, Master Tomasito? Let's see anything. Let's see. Just one put sweep is all I see, which was at 62.87. Some puts came in. And it wasn't, I mean, it was 50K. It wasn't like it was huge. I just don't know anything about them. Certainly interesting, though. Gotcha. That's kind of what it looked like from what I was reading. Um, but yeah, I like the chart. The options, well, let's see. Let's look at December 20th. What are we at? 63.12. The 65s are $2. The 64.50s are $2. There's only a 20-cent difference there. Another 20 cents for the 64s. There is some volume on the 65s, not a ton. There's actually more volume on the 67s for December 20th, and those are $1. I don't hate that. Yeah, let's go Roku. Keep dropping. Thanks for the follow, Lobo. Lobos Moose. Welcome. God, CAD is almost 146. Roku? Roku's flirting here with danger. Love to see a sell-off here. Or are we going to double bottom, triple bottom, quadruple bottom-ish? Right in there. A lot of volume right there. They bought that dip back up pretty quick. I mean, this right here tells me like UVXY still dropping, SPY dropping. These are not acting like what I normally see, and the VIX under 12. And AbbVie right at the 34 on the 1 minute. Let's do it, Roku. Just give up for the day. Let's see. Carry puts. Not sure what to anticipate. Yeah, this week is going to be a little tricky. Danny, it's a short week. And there's just not a ton moving. You know, I keep going back to this. Like, UVXY, not popping. It's just flat. And SPY's dipping. Kind of got me going, what is going on? Besides the fact that it's just choppy, flat. I don't love it. There goes a break on Roku. Come on. Thanks for the follow, Alpha Male. Welcome. Hey, let's see. It was Itch, Twitch, Glitch, or something like that. Are you following along today? I just sent you a DM. I'm just wondering if you ended up doing that gift card deal. Bloomberg reiterates buy rating on BYND. Jeez. Here comes the FOMO on PYND, potentially. See if this can continue at all. That thing can just be crazy. So AbbVie is right here at the 200 on the 15-minute. Gonna have to get through that. Would love to see it though. Got about an hour left. Vazu, sure. Burlington has ER tomorrow. Vazu. So I don't know what you're thinking here. Obviously, it's at a pretty key area here that could be resistance, but it's going to depend on how they report, if they get through it or not. So there's not, I don't really know what to look at. I do see it at resistance, but ER is going to make all the difference here, and I don't tend to hold things through ER. So if their ER is not in this market, if their ER is not really good, you might get another pullback here. If it's really good, then maybe it pushes through this resistance and goes back to test that 210. Just that it's less than $2 off that 210, that high. I mean, I like that it bounced here off the 200 on the 15-minute. But given that it's ER, I'm not messing with it. Nice drop there on Roku. Yeah, Vazu, sorry, I can't give you much else just because it's, it's an ER play. So man, a lot of Baba call sweeps. A lot of them. Yeah, no problem. I mean, outside of that, about the only other thing that that you might be able to look at here is this move that it made since last ER. Puts you bouncing near that 786 extension. And then, you're right there where this would be resistance, potentially, or breakthrough for continuation. If this wasn't an ER play, then I would be saying, all right, well, you can see this pattern that it's making. Wait till you get another decent sized pullback down here closer to 200 and then take a shot. But there goes Roku 157. Let's go Roku. LOD. Well, Vazu, then I hope they do too. Since I have no position and you're long, then I'm on your side. Alta back over 230. Man, this feels like I should be on vacation right now. Just as slow as it is, and all right, we got about 40 minutes left. I'm gonna go get my ice. I will be back in just a few to close out the day. Be right back. All right, I'm back. What's happening? Celg, they had a deal with BMY, right? I think there was let's see. Yeah. Bristol Myers has acquired Celgene. That was on the 22nd. So that was an acquisition. BMY not happy today, but not a big move, 20 cents. You can buy Twitter 31s a couple weeks out, December 20th, and they're 74 cents for 31s. That's interesting. I kind of like that. And if you go out to January, the 31s they're still not that bad. They're $1.30 for January monthlies. I mean, coming up here on resistance after that big drop, where it bounced a few times, that's at 30.63. Kind of interesting. Which means that if we look at this, let's look at this on a 1 hour. Yeah, that's interesting. Nice pop on AbbVie. What do you think of that, Tech? What do you make of that? Myrtle Beach, what's up? Bearish on Twitter. KDP. Yeah, maybe. I can't. It's hard for me to keep track of everything that gets mentioned in here and when. But yeah, a week or two ago. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome that that you played it and that it worked out for you. Congratulations. That it's nice when that happens. Fucking go, AbbVie. Down 2K, Nasty Friday. Myrtle Beach, good, really good. Today's a slower day, but I've had some good plays. Played some AbbVie, Roku. I'm still short Roku. I'm long on HD. Picked up a little Twitter, kind of a starter position, if you will. Getting owned on UAL. I'm sorry to hear that. Nice pop on HD there. See, Twitter. Yeah, Twitter's interesting. I think there's a lot of risk, in getting through this. But the last, it took that big drop. And now you kind of got a cup here on the 60-minute chart forming. We'll see what it's going to do, but maybe this drop was overdone. But it seemed to kind of bottom out here, 28.80s-ish. It is back through the 21 and the 34 EMA down here on a 4-hour chart. So let's see if we can get any continuation on this move. Waiting on HD. BB7, so Tech played some stuff out to March. I played shorter term. I picked up the 220 calls for December 6th. They're up about 15% right now. Hey, Yankee. Yeah, I'll clarify, because I've had a couple actually DMs and questions about the statement that I made earlier this morning. I'm not leaving Twitch. I'm still going to be here. The issue that we're having is that there's been a few members that have left Black Box and think that they're, I don't need Black Box. I'm just going to hang out on Twitch. And I can't have that, right? I technically work for Black Box. And they've done a lot to support me in what I'm trying to do here, so I certainly don't want that to happen. So I've got to figure out some way to kind of balance it out. I don't want to lose people that are, watching on Twitch. I want to still be able to help people. There's just going to be I think, some times throughout the week where I go back and forth, and I'll probably put out more of a formal schedule that says that, hey, here's when I'm going to be, streaming on Twitch. Here's when I'm going to not be, maybe it's just the audio that's off. But you can still hear it, like, if you're in black box or something. I'll have to figure something out, but I just got to figure out a way to balance it out a little bit, because I don't want people thinking that, oh, I'm showing the black box alerts and calling them out and calling out the other mods plays and things like that, and that they don't, they can get it here for free. That is certainly not the intention. So that's all. And Myrtle Beach, can you please write on your channel that you are on Black Box? Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely, Anki, I'll, yeah, I will do that. I will do that. And I do want to try to figure out, and I haven't figured it out yet, but I want to figure out a way to stream, do like private streams to Black Box members. But it's something that I've got to figure out exactly how I'm going to do it. Myrtle Beach, I am in Peloton, and I've been in it for a while. I like it. And I've talked about it a few times, kind of where I think their potential is, like, for growth long term. Enki, I think it is good, and like I said, it's going to continue. I just have to, like, I gotta be careful, and I have to kind of balance it out. Yeah, Tree Lost. What I got to figure out is how I'm gonna. Ideally, I'd be able to have some sort of private stream based on the Discord roles, so that I don't have to try to maintain a separate list or something like that. But I'll have to figure it out, and I will. I'll figure out how to do that. But it's not going anywhere. The stream isn't going anywhere. Tree Lost, that it may end up being something like that, for sure. I'll come up with an answer on how I can manage that. But now that you guys understand why, there's a few plays that were made today that I said, hey, I made a play here. If I'm not going to call it out exactly what I did. If you want to see it, you got to find it on Black Box, and that may be enough. But the stream is fairly new, and so it takes a little tweaking to, like, figure out, okay, how do we do this? What's going to make the most sense? And where's that balance at? What's up, Bobby? Just enter all the plays in Discord, and yeah, the majority of them will. I don't want to completely exclude people that aren't Black Box members yet. Anki, did you get that straightened out? I assume you did because I after I saw your message, I went in there and looked, and it looked like your roles were set correctly. I'll go back and look at the audit log. It may have just been a mistake because Jenny B has to like manually go through and adjust, people that canceled or their payment didn't go through with people that are new members, and sometimes there's a misclick. We're actually working on um, a system to kind of alleviate some of that manual process. Twitter is still disabled? Well, that's not good. I don't know. I don't think I have access to all the private Twitter accounts. I know I do one of them. Um, oh, so your Twitter's fixed? Is your Twitter fixed or just Discord? Oh, you said but Twitter is still disabled. Okay. So I did. I sent them a note. Skady. What is it? So L is long bias, S is short bias, and then N is neutral. And I just threw eBay in there because I was gonna kind of watch it on that news that they had on the acquisition of whoever they were acquiring. And I didn't even look at eBay today. Oh, it's fixed? Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's go HD. I'll tell you what I like, that I just realized that I had my camera off still, so I turned it back on, but nobody even complained. So I love that. Like, you guys are here for the charts and the plays. Oh, you complained? You know. Oh no, D's on it. It was working fine. I had turned it off for a bit. Let's see. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, Aki, I played shorter term, so keep that in mind. Like Tech played out to March. I played, I only have a couple weeks on mine, so I just didn't. I didn't want to buy an $8 or 800 and some odd dollar contract on HD. When really, I think that if it, I'm only buying $2 out of the money, so if it's gonna make a move. Bobby, that was on HD. Skatey. I'm blushing. Um, is that the one you were talking about, Bobby? Is which ticker we were just talking about? That's HD. I got the December 6th 220 calls. Anki, yes. And Bobby, yes. I was planning on swinging that. I did not expect that pop that it got already was going to happen so fast. But yeah, I'm still in it. And I'm planning on swinging it. And on AbbVie, Anki, you can just assume until this thing goes back to 100 that I'm probably in some sort of AbbVie. Or unless they get like some really bad press or something. But other than that, like I've got a lot of longer term stuff in AbbVie, but um, yeah, I'm in it. Yeah, those shorter term contracts, especially on a low volume week like this, if you're green on them, doesn't hurt to take profit. The longer stuff that I'm in, I don't worry about too much. I've been like wanting to roll out of some of because like I have 8250s out to September 2020 that I paid $1.67 for, and they're at 920 by 9. What are they? 920 by 995, and I'm like, not green yet. I still think the chart looks good. Look at this candle that's coming in on the daily here. The only problem is that it being a short week and expecting lower volume, but this pullback to this daily candle that's coming in looks pretty good. So I think you'll probably still be all right. But I don't think it would hurt to, to roll into something a couple weeks out. Are you wowing on the chart or the 8250s that I mentioned? Looks best for long-term buy. Which one would it be? Well, if I could only pick one, because I'm in a couple that I like longer term. Right now I do like Zoom. Now, I don't know how long, I'm going to hold it. But I am in Zoom Commons. IRM has good dividends. Dude, Iron Mountain, yeah, I don't know much about their dividend. I've never been a huge Iron Mountain fan, but as far as the chart goes, let's see, we're at 34.08 and the 52-week high is 37.32. The potential upside here, like on the daily chart, every time it gets up here to like 41.39, it pulls back. So maybe you got a couple bucks there, $5-6. I look for stuff like ZM, for things that I potentially might want to hold. Like ZM came, it was over $100 and is now down at 74. It did this like rainbow from its IPO. And I've been talking about how they are the back end for RingCentral's video. I've been talking about that for weeks, and that came out like on Friday. They got some upgrades, and there were some analysts that came out talking about the fact that they're the back end for RingCentral. So I like it, and I like it, because RingCentral isn't the only ones that are using Zoom as the back end. So they put, I think, a $90 price target on them. So I think the upside potential I really like. So that one I think would be very interesting to me. Like if I only had to pick one, I like it. If I was really I have some commons in Peloton, and I'm planning on holding those, for a while, because I think they have a market, they have a potential segment of the market that is untapped. So I do like them. So I actually have commons in both of those. I think Twitter, Commons and Twitter, I think, aren't super risky down here where it's at for a potential run back to, that's $14 right there. It's at 30 bucks, and it came from a high of, 46 almost. Yeah, Poker Pro. I'll be riding those. I'll be riding with those for a little while, I think. I just want to give it, that's one that I want to give, some time to see if they do what I think they could do and are capable of. It could get very interesting for them. Oh, nice pop on Twilio at the end of the day here. Some volume coming in. All right, we are closed. Skatey, and I agree with that, and that's why I look at something like Zoom, because we've had this big bull run, but Zoom is still way down off of where it came from, right? And so that's like in this type of market, in this scenario, it's like, all right, I want to look for something that isn't, near all-time highs, that hasn't had this ridiculous year run. So that's kind of what I look for is, on a pullback, the entire market pulls back. This, in my opinion, doesn't have nearly as much room to fall and has a ton of upside potential. So look for things that have good ER recently that aren't at all-time highs, and things that on the chart are at an area where you would expect to see long-term support. Now, Zoom doesn't have that long-term support, right? So there's a little more risk in it there, but I think there's a lot of upside potential. Yeah. But understand that they were making this little move up, and I was buying it in here, and then that article just came out Friday, right? So this 2% move, in my opinion, isn't much, and it's not unbuyable. So just keep that in mind, that like from where it came from to get that last week, that it was Guggenheim that came out and said, hey, long-term prospects here on ZM are really good, gave them a $90 price target, upgraded them to a buy. So, it could run for a couple of weeks. This is going to be an interesting week for the market, but scared to enter anything but ZM. Yeah. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being patient, waiting for a pullback, waiting for an entry that you like. And sometimes you miss a run because of that, and that's okay, in my opinion, because you'll have less losses by doing that. I want to pull up real quick the NTNX. Where are those charts? Not that one. Not that one. This one. That's what I was looking for. So Nutanix is up about $3 after hours. I don't typically play the on-premise stuff, but out of all of them, I like them. So it sounds like they had a beat on EPS and a miss on revs, maybe? Skatey, it's okay. You also aren't ever going to get the top or the bottom. Very rarely. If you do, it's lucky. And there are plenty of times that I've taken 50, 60% gains and then the damn thing goes and runs and I'd be up, 2, 3, 4, 500%. It just, you're gonna get that. So AbbVie had about 116 million in dark pool after hours. More often in the future, trying to learn to make some money on the side. You seem like a good teacher. Skatey, I don't know if I'm a good teacher, but I'll tell you what I see, and I think my trades are for the most part, I call out. There's some stuff that I play that I don't mention, that I don't call out, just because it's okay, like it fits within risk that I'm willing to take. But I think I don't think it hurts to hang around and see the process and that sort of thing. Just understand, like I mentioned earlier, that there will be some sort of balance between, this and what I do for Black Box members. So there will be definitely some calls and plays that happen that the Black Box members will get, but others won't. It's just kind of the way it is. I'm going to take a look at, let's see what the after hours scanner, the post-market scanner looks like. Looks like the biggest mover downside is ticker A. It's down about 4%. And right now the biggest upside, NTNX here, at about 13%. Skatey. Yeah, you'd have to. I would suggest that, if you're new, just hang out here for a bit, and let's get you to, a couple of wins where that membership, isn't a big deal. The platform is really good. The support, the moderators, everybody in there is really good and very helpful. Yeah, AMBA I see up 4%. Man, there are some put sweeps that they got wrecked. Sounds like they had a decent beat. Oh, what a run today, though. Is that $4? Almost. So we still have PanW to report. Of course. Teresa, I just posted the red-green check. Nope. Thank Master Tomasito. I forgot all about it. Thank you for the reminder. All right, I'm going to let you guys hear, for those of you that are not in Black Box, so you can hear how we go through ERs. But PNW is coming shortly, so you'll be able to hear the results of that.
Namish, did you have them out this far?
No, I had them to the 15th, so they closed on the 15th at $229, making the contracts about $24 to $25.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
I had eight basically started buying at 970, 980, 980, 10, 1030, 1030, and I got rid of all of them at 1130, like 3 days later. So even if I held to expiration, you know, they were worth a lot more.
Right.
And I've been planning to swing things longer. It just gets really hard when I'm in my own brain.
Oh, let's see what happened to PNW. Somebody just said, ouch. Oh.
PNW reports Q1 EPS $1.05. The consensus was $1.03. They reported Q1 revenue $771.9 million. The consensus was $767.77.
Okay, there has to be something ugly in guidance then.
I mean, that's a $20 drop.
PVH reports Q3 adjusted
PNW.
EPS $3.10. The consensus was $2.99.
That's a lot.
Q3 revenue $2.6 billion. The consensus was $2.54 billion. That is a beat and a beat. PNWC's Q2 adjusted EPS $1.11 to $1.13. The consensus was $1.30. They see Q2
Lowered
revenue
guidance.
$838 to $848 million. The consensus was $845.12.
They lowered guidance slightly.
Ooh, hit 228 for a low.
That's quite the drop from closing at 250 to now 235.
PVH.
But you would expect
PVHC's
235
Q4 adjusted EPS $1.77 to $1.79. The consensus was $1.83. They see Q4 revenue
right
flat. The consensus
here.
was $2.53 billion. PNWC's full year 20 adjusted EPS $4.90 to $5. The consensus is $5.07. They see full year 20 revenue $3.44 to $3.48 billion. The consensus was $3.46 billion. PVH raises full year 19 EPS view to $9.43 to $9.45, from $9.30 to $9.40. The consensus is $9.39. Revenue in 2019 is projected to increase approximately 1% as compared to 2018.
Dang, that's a $25 hand.
Remember that one time Charlie played PNW Puts ER and was like 2,200%? Something crazy like that.
I was trying to remember, was it PNW that was the biggest one?
Yeah, it was PNW.
Okay. I was trying to remember between PNW and LR.
No, it was PNW.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous freaking trade. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Yeah.
All right, who are we still waiting for?
That was the last one. We are now done.
All righty. Because I have a ton of stuff that I need done.
I will see you bright and early again first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you guys and Chris. Thank you.
I'm out too, guys. If you need me, send me a DM. Otherwise, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Have a good one, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All right, so that wraps up ERs. If anybody has any questions, I see there's still a few people hanging around. Anybody have anything they're unsure of or whatever, throw it out there. Otherwise, I'll call it a night. Well, if there's anything specific, Myrtle Beach, you wanna look at, we can look at it. I don't want to go through 100 tickers, but if there's something specific, we can look at it. I'm still in WWE. Yep. I mean, WWE on the daily, playing this bounce here. And Yum Brands. So WWE took this drop after earnings, but it has been moving up, since. It's above the 34 here. This is a 2-hour chart. Let's look at a 4-hour. Above the 34 on the 4-hour. Has moved, through the 21 EMA, through the 34, and rejecting the 55 at the moment. But it's right there. Like, that's why I'm still in, is I'm looking at this going, on the daily, it's still, since ER, still moving up. I think there's room at least to 63 here, but this is a pretty big drop for WWE. So, I think now we're at $60. you could consider that whole number of 60 is, it's got to stay above $60, but at this point. Or just watch it, here on like a 30-minute. Let's look at the 30-minute. On the 30-minute, going back to, we crossed on the 13th, 14th of November, crossed through the 34 EMA. It's pulled back below it, sort of, but I mean, you can see it kind of using that area as support. See if we can get over 61 and hold there tomorrow. It can move. It can move for sure. And Yum at an interesting spot. What did they do? So they missed their most recent ER. Now, this is a weekly chart that I'm looking at here. So, if by some chance, what are we at, 98, you get down here to 88 to 92-ish, like you could expect that area to hold as support. You would think it would. It's right at the 89, all the way down here at the 89 on the weekly. Ideally, you see that hold as support. I mean, it hasn't been through the 89 in quite a while. Since, February 2016. So you would want to see that hold for sure. You could also say, okay, well, the last time it really made a change in direction was like down in here. You could see something like that on the fibs. That 89 EMA, you'd really want to see that hold, but yeah, it's taken a big drop off the highs from 120 down to 98. I'd want to see some confirmation, like maybe on a 4-hour chart, that this drop is over. This is going to hold its support, which it has so far, this month. But I'd want to see confirmation that that's going to hold, and you kind of see that cup form, maybe back up over 100, get it above the 34 on like a 4-hour chart, and then I think you can, potentially look at this for some upside. But I don't know how they, back on the 22nd, they authorized $2 billion stock buyback. So keep an eye on it. You can see this was from back in May, right in here. You can see that acting as resistance. Above 102, then I think it's really got some room, to run, but this is the area that I would be watching. CEO is leaving, and the guy who managed Pizza Hut is becoming CEO. Interesting. Interesting. The only thing, Myrtle Beach, that share buyback could keep them kind of propped up. I do think it's ugly, but I wouldn't be ready to enter long here. But just know that when they announce those share buybacks, sometimes that kind of keeps it propped up. But if it gets through this. If it gets through this 89 EMA here on the weekly, which I have at 97.33, it could get very interesting downside from there. All right, guys, I am out. Y'all have a good night, and I will be back here tomorrow.